Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Hope you guys are doing great. Yeah, let me know if the music is too loud for anyone. I want to make sure that I'm being heard. I want to make sure that it's not too much, too overstimulating for you guys. So let me know if I need to adjust the volume for anything. But anyway, welcome to Friday Night Sprints. Hope you guys are having a good evening. I hope your week was good. My week was pretty good. It was my first week back at work, with the holiday and everything having happened weeks before. So it was my first week back at work for the new year, and it ended up actually going pretty well. So can't ask for much more than that, especially with the fact that I work with students with autism, and so getting into routines and breaking routines can sometimes be really challenging. But yeah, so hope you guys are having a good night. I've got my little glass of red wine here. I am ready to get into reading. I've actually been really good with reading today. I read a lot while I was working. I was listening to the audiobook of Rhythm of War, and I got halfway to my page goal for today. So that's awesome. So my plan is to finish up my reading goal for today for Rhythm of War, and then probably finish Game Changer if I have enough time, because I've been meaning to finish that now for a while, but I've been so swamped that I haven't had time to sit and read that. I barely had time to sit and read Rhythm of War, it feels like. So we're just gonna go right through it. So I'm gonna go ahead and reset my timer real quick. I need to, let's see. Timer reset, I think is what it's gonna be. Yes, okay. So I just reset the timer. So what we do here, for those of you that are new, we do 50-minute sprints. We do 50-minute sprints with 15-minute basically breaks in between, 15 and 15. So it gives us enough time to get some stuff done. It gives us enough time to have a nice break in between. But yeah, so this is meant for anyone who is looking to do reading, productivity things like doing stuff around the house, working, co-working, anything like that. Y'all can do basically whatever, and just make the most of it. I do have some friends that I've invited, though, that are part of my Battle of the Bookish readathon group that we're doing the readathon in the course of January. So if any of my friends here are doing that, if you finished a book during sprints tonight on stream, if you submit it in the Discord, make sure that you mention that, and you will earn some extra points for your book for finishing it during the live stream as kind of a thank you for joining me in the live streams and hanging out with me and stuff like that. So it's an easy 25 points, I think, on top of your page points and your prompt points if your book falls under a prompt specifically as well. So I think without further ado, that's really all I wanted to say right off the bat. So I think what we're going to do is we are just going to go ahead and get started with our first sprint here in just a moment. I'm just double checking to make sure everything is working correctly. I believe it is. So I think we're good. But we're going to go ahead and get started with our first one. So I'm going to go ahead and set the timer. I'm trying to remember how I do this because it's been a minute. It's timer 15, I think. Yes. Okay. Awesome. All right. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and get started with our first sprint. I'm going to be working on Rhythm of War, and I will see you guys in about 50 minutes. I'm just finishing up my chapter, so just give me 1 second. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna finish that in the next sprint because I got a little more than a minute, and I don't want you guys to sit in there and wait that long. All right, how did we do? How did you guys do? I worked on my library spreadsheet here for a little while, and I got through almost 2 full chapters. I have the rest of this chapter and then one more chapter before I hit my goal for today for Rhythm of War. And then I'll move on to Game Changer. I also sold a book on Pango Books, which is awesome. And so I got that prepped. So that was very nice to have. I think that, yeah, next sprint I'm going to keep continuing working on my library spreadsheet because I want to finish this letter of the author's I'm working through authors with last name letter C. I want to finish them and the audiobook ones I have. And then I think if I have time tomorrow, I will do my physical books of that. But how did you guys do? What did you work on? What did you get done in that time? If you are over on Twitch and hanging out with me there, you can use the Super Sweet Bot thing for that. That's what I'm using to take progress of what I'm working on, things that I'm doing. So if you're over on Twitch, hang out with us on that, because that basically keeps track of all the things that you're doing, especially if you're doing like co-working or any kind of productivity, anything. So, all right. Oh, I did want to show. So I'll have a video about this tomorrow on my TikTok, but I finally finished Oscar's sweater. I finally finished it earlier this week, and so I'm now working on Dougie's, which is going to be black. So that's fun. I got a lot done with that. I've been working on my pages read every day blanket. I've so far crocheted almost every row up to date, but I ran out of a color that I need, and so I need to go pick some of that up probably this weekend, because I ran out of the color, and I need to get a new color for my high-Q granny square for my blanket that I've been making. I've been stuck on that since last time because I don't have any orange colored yarn. I need to get some, so I just haven't had time this week to go to Michael's and go get it. So, but yeah, let's see. Reading Gluten-Free Murder. Ooh, very nice, Alora. Very cool. How is it? Is it, I mean, I'm assuming it's a cozy mystery of some kind. Baking murder sounds like a cozy mystery. I actually have realized doing my library spreadsheet, I have a lot of cozy mysteries that I totally forgot about because, like, I got super involved in the Stuff Your Kindle events for the last few years. And so, like, cozy mysteries, paranormal romances, things like that, and, like, stuff like that, I just grabbed a crap ton of all of them. I have over almost, not quite, I have almost 11,000 ebooks. It's a bit of a problem. 10,974, because I have actually gone through and deleted some that I didn't need or I had like extra copies of by accident. So that's nice. I got that down a little bit. I went down by like 12, I think, and some of them were like college textbooks that I got on ebook. So yeah, but I have nearly 11,000 ebooks. Yeah, I get all the free ebooks I can. I did that earlier this year with Halloween, but I decided to stop doing that. And here's the thing too. So, like, if you have a Kindle specifically, Amazon does this thing where they have free books or like discounted books like every single day. You just search up free Kindle books on Amazon and it pops up with like 400 pages worth of free or discounted books. That would run me into trouble when I would not do Stuff Your Kindle stuff. So I basically cold turkey just was like, I'm done with that. We're done. We're not going to move on with that. And I've been good so far with that. So it's been about almost a month since I think I did that. So I've been good. I basically, when I started working on this library spreadsheet, was like, oh my God, I need to stop. I cannot do this anymore. I can't continue to get all these ebooks because I will never get through all of them. Now, mind you, a lot of them are short, like less than 100 pages. So I am planning this year on doing a lot of like videos that are going to be me going through like a lot of like short stories and novellas that I have on my Kindle to try to get through more of those. So I'm kind of excited for that. I'll be doing like 24-hour readathons, I think, every month that I'll have a video for. And I'm pretty excited about that. I do the first one. When do I do that? I do it next weekend. Next weekend. I'll be doing a 24-hour readathon for that. So I feel like my screen went really dark on this. Oh, there it goes. There's the light. finished almost 10% of my book. I think I'll be able to finish in about 25 to 30 minutes. Nice. Yeah, like I said, I've got a couple minutes left of this chapter I'm working on, and then I've got one more chapter to read of Rhythm of War. The Game Changer, what other book I'm working on, I've got about 7 hours left of that, but I listen on 2 times speed, so it's more like 3.5. So if I'm on sprints long enough, I should be able to finish during sprints. That would be nice. But I am so excited that I am almost at 900 pages in this monster. I was struggling for a minute. If y'all have been watching my TikToks, I've been struggling for a minute with getting to my reading goals for Rhythm of War, but I'm at almost 900 pages. Yeah, like I have just a little bit left to do, and then in 3 days, or no, 4 days, in 4 days I will have this done, and I'm beyond ecstatic. And then I'll finally be able to move on to Wind and Truth and finally finish the series and finally get that video out for the series at the end of the month. I've been sitting on this video for literal months and it's driving me insane. Do you think I've had too much wine? Probably. And this was probably about half full. And it was just the rest of the bottle of wine that I had. I was just like, I'm just going to kill it. I'm just going to go from there. I think I may have had too much. But, it's Friday night. What else am I going to do? Plus, those of you on YouTube specifically, y'all have seen Toasty and Fun Gabby when I've been drinking a little bit. So, y'all know how I am. Twitch Gabby has not been a thing yet, but it's going to be, apparently. It's going to be a thing. So, but anyway, how are you guys doing? How has everything been? Like I said at the beginning of sprints, this week was really good, considering that it was the first week back from Christmas vacation. And many of you know I work with kids with autism, and so breaking routines and setting up new routines can be really, really difficult for a lot of them. So it was really nice how this week, for the most part, was pretty smooth sailing. We had a couple days where some of the kids were just really high energy and just sassy as all get out. But for the most part, the week was actually pretty nice. And I felt really proud too, because I had a lot of the Wednesday and Thursday and today we spent some time doing tests for kids. So every Friday we do their spelling test. And we had a lot of kids that did really well with that. I'm pretty sure that everyone got 4 out of the 5 words they had or better for their spelling tests, which was amazing. But then Wednesday and Thursday, we spent a lot of time doing tests for the kids for things that we had done before Christmas break. We spent Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday on some review, and then Wednesday and Thursday they would have tests. So I had a lot of kids that did really well with their tests, which, if you know anything about education, especially working with kids with autism or cognitive impairments or anything like that, it can be really hard to feel like sometimes that they're understanding the material, that they are grasping and able to apply the material to what they've learned. But one of the things I have really prided myself on this year is learning about this school year. Is learning how these kids work, and I pride myself on figuring out how these kids work and how best to teach them because of that, and being able to continuously teach them over the course of the year the material and have it kind of become absorbed. Now, some kids are better than others when it comes to that kind of stuff, but for the most part, I felt really proud of the fact that my students, I've been able to connect with them on the material that I'm teaching, like multiplication, and right now we're working on opinion and fact writing, the difference between opinion writing versus fact writing, and they're really seeming to absorb that content really well. But I just felt so proud that what I'm doing is in some way making a difference, because they're learning and they're absorbing the material and doing really well on their tests because of that, which is really like kind of the big thing we do when it comes to assessing their skill levels. And I had one student who, beginning of the school year, had no reading skills whatsoever, and he's in 5th grade. And this past week, he has gone up to a high 1st grade, early 2nd grade, I think, reading level. One of the two. And that's been within, what? End of August, September. So September, okay, 1 month. October, November, December, almost 5 months. In almost 5 months, this kid has gone from having no reading skills whatsoever to a high 1st grade, low 2nd grade level. That's pretty impressive, especially having had no experience whatsoever leading up to that point. So I felt really proud about that. This kid has also grown a lot in terms of his maturity and also his confidence in himself, because both my mentor teacher and I are really, like, we're very motherly people in a lot of ways, and so we're definitely people who gravitated toward him to, like, really, not necessarily like mother him, but like give him the encouragement and the things that he needed, if that makes sense. So needless to say, all that being said, I feel very proud of the work I've done in the last almost 5 months. I feel like I have made a lot of difference, and this is definitely something I should have done a long time ago. And I am a little sad that I didn't get into it initially, but things had to happen how they did in order for me to get to where I am now and feel like I finally know my purpose and I know what my place in the world is. So I can't fault that. I can't fault my path and my journey because it had to be what it was, truthfully. So anyway, I've been yapping this whole time. So yeah, but as a reminder for my friends that are here from Battle of the Bookish, if you, whether that's on YouTube or Twitch, it doesn't matter. If you finish a book today, make sure to submit it to the Discord and then note that you finished it during live sprints, because you'll earn extra points for having done that during sprints. You'll earn, like, I think 25 points or something like that on top of whatever points you get already for the book. But I could talk about my job all day long because I just love it. This is one of the few things in my life where I don't want to say that. This is a job, the only job I've ever had, where I literally love talking about it. I love talking about my job. I love talking about what I do. I don't feel like there's a lot of people who can say that, especially people that are in the education field, because there is so much volatility with it anymore, especially when it comes to special education. But truthfully, I feel like I am one of the small group of people where any chance I can to talk about it, I love talking about it. It makes me so happy to talk about and just share the love of how my students are doing and everything that's going on. But all right, so it looks like our break timer has come up. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our next sprint. I'm going to finish, like I said, the chapter I'm working on of Rhythm of War and finish up my reading goal for that. And then we are going to switch over to Game Changer. I think I'm going to still work on my library spreadsheet because I do want to continue finishing that up, at least the section that I'm in. And we'll kind of go from there. So let me go ahead and get the timer going. 250. There we go. That's what I want to do. All right. I will see you guys in about 50 minutes. Hey, Bubba. Are you gonna throw a fit? Do you need to go potty? All right, let me finish something real quick. Come on. I clicked the wrong one anyway, but Oscar's now barking, so hang on a second. I think he's done. We'll see. Anyway, hello everyone, welcome back. How did that sprint go? My apologies to everyone, Twitch and YouTube, where you heard anything. Okay, I'm glad there wasn't an echo because I realized, so I have the new camera like over here. You can't see it because I've got the taskbar stuff in the way, but the new camera is set up over here. And it's pointed toward like my futon area. I did not realize that when I set that up, it set up the microphone for it too. So it's been removed as of now because I thought basically with this program, I thought I could have two separate cameras running at the same time, and I technically can, but it doesn't transfer as like two separate cameras. Yeah, he is one of my two. I'll talk about them in a minute, but yeah. So anyway, basically this camera had a microphone, so you all can hear me tippy tapping away on my keyboard, which I'm glad it was good ASMR. I'm not gonna discount that. But I'm sorry that y'all had to end up hearing that because that was not my intent. But it is fine. It's fine. We're going to move on. Everything's a trash fire, and so am I. So anyway, but yes, thank you for letting me know, both Come Undone and Hillary, for letting me know that that was happening because, good God, if I had gone the whole stream without knowing that, I would be so embarrassed. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little embarrassed now, but it is fine. So my pup, so that puppy, his name is Oscar. He is my oldest. I have two. So I have Oscar and Dougie. They are both German Shepherd Husky mixes. So Oscar just turned 4 back in November, and Dougie is turning 3 in March. They are father and son. So yeah, well, father / uncle and nephew / son because of things that happened with my in-laws dog. So yeah, that's fun. But Dougie is Oscar's son, and yeah, that's those are my boys. They're my babies. I love them so much. And Oscar came up because he was having a fit. He needed to go potty, so I took them outside. And yeah, that's about it. So, my sweet babies. I just love them to bits. They're my favorites. They're my favorite babies in the whole world. Actually, fun thing. Adri is here. She, for my birthday, not last year, but the year before, made me these adorable plushies of my boys. So I've got Oscar and I've got Dougie. And Oscar is really unique because he has one brown eye and one blue eye. So he's got kind of like that husky trait. So these are my plushy babies, my plushy little boys. So this is my birthday present, one of my birthday presents from her a couple years ago for my birthday. And they sit on my desk, and I love them so much. They're my favorite things in the whole entire world. So they sit right here on my desk, so I can always see them. But usually the boys don't sit up here with me unless they need something. They usually hang out with Dad downstairs. Got here mid-sprint. I've been watching a women's basketball game, but I'm also reading Divine Rivals. Ooh. How's the basketball game going? Is your team that you're wanting to win? I don't watch basketball, so I don't know who's good or who's not. They are so amazing. I love them so much. They are so stinking cute. I loved it. She also made me, I think it was that same year, or it was the year before. I can't quite remember. She also made me this pen pouch. She's a crocheter. If you don't know Adri at Adriology, she's amazing. She's an amazing crocheter, is one of my inspirations for crocheting. She made me this. It's a pencil pouch. Well, pen pouch kind of thing. Or it could be a book sleeve. Whatever you choose. But I decided to make it a pen pouch. Look how many pens and pencils I have in here. This is insane. And there's still room. There's still room. And there's a zip closure, so I can travel with it. But yeah, so intense. They're 1 point away from winning. Not much longer, and it'll be over. Ooh, yeah, I'd be on the edge of my seat. I'm a baseball girly myself, but I haven't watched baseball in a hot minute. Mostly because the Detroit Tigers have not been great for several years. And for the longest time, I was more so watching my sister play softball. So I kind of got my baseball, softball itch taken care of when watching her. But anyway, so in that sprint, thank you. Yes. Adri is so talented. I don't know what her Etsy store is, but Adri, if you're still here, please put your Etsy store or whatever link you have in the chat. Put it in there. I want to promote you because you are amazing. You are so freaking talented. She's been like going to her local library and hosting crocheting 101 classes for people. Like, she's so freaking talented. She's been doing this since she was a little kid, and I have the utmost respect for her because of that, because I've been learning now for about a year. And this is some tough stuff. So it's like, for her to have been doing it since she was a child, I wish I would have learned when I was a kid. But anyway, so I did get to my goal page for Rhythm of War. I got to page 901. And then I got through a couple chapters of Game Changer and worked on my library spreadsheet. So I think the next sprint I'm going to continue with this. How much do I have left of the audiobook? I'm at 42% of Game Changer. So I've got what? 58% left. So I've still got quite a ways. I don't know if I'm going to finish it tonight. Yay, they won! Woohoo! Go team! Go sports! Round of applause. Woohoo! Go sports. That's about what you get from me when it comes to basketball or football or anything like that. Baseball, softball, I'm your girl. I'm excited. Not so much for anything else. So, anyway. That's exciting. So, alright, what else is going on? I don't know. I don't know what else is going on. I feel like I talked about everything last sprint. Or at the end of last sprint. Ooh, that's something. So I think that when I get done with Game Changer, I have 2 books I've been sitting on for weeks now that I'm like, since the beginning of the year, that I'm like, I want to finish these or start them. I haven't started them yet, but I need to get started with these ones. But then I still have the rest of my January TBR. So I'm like, ugh. I'm 9 days in and I feel like I'm so behind, but I'm just like, I've been stuck with Rhythm of War. So we're going to try our best. I remember being taught as a child, but as soon as I had to go back and create another row, I got frustrated and gave up, but I'd go forever just doing one row. Yeah, so actually that's interesting because I've been working on sweaters for the dogs, and I've just finished Oscar's here earlier this week, and it took me almost 2 months to make it, I think. Yeah, about 2 months to make it because I kept getting stuck. So, whoa, sorry, hold on. Lost my hook. So, okay, you'll see, I've got basically the beginning of the collar. And it's hard to see with black yarn, but basically I had to learn how to do front post and back post, what are called half double crochets. So essentially, like, you build your main chain, your first chain that like is what's called your foundation chain. And then usually you do a row within that chain, like single crochet, half double crochet, double crochet, whatever it is that your pattern calls for. Well, for this one, I had to do a half double crochet. Then after that, I ended up having to do front and back post half double crochets, which that took me the longest time to figure out how to do. Okay, that was difficult, especially working with this type of yarn. It's a little bit smaller type of yarn. It's fairly thin, as you can see. So it was really hard trying to get the hand mechanics down, like the actual rhythm of it down, and also like I kept getting stuck because I kept doing like 2 back posts or 2 front posts because I kept losing track of where I was, things like that. So then I get past this and I start actually working on the body of it. I had to start over the second time that I worked on this because I had to throw away my second attempt at this and restart from scratch because I realized that after you do the foundational, like the collar part, you're supposed to switch to doing double crochets with single crochets. It's called a Suzette stitch. Tell me why I thought I had to continue doing half double crochets the entire time. The pattern specifically did not say that. I just wasn't paying attention. I'm still learning. So like I basically scratched the second one I made, I restarted it, and the third attempt I made, it actually came together. And it's in the washer right now to get washed so that it can basically stretch out a little bit. I did put it on him the other day. After I finished it, I sewed on the buttons all by myself to attach the back of it because basically it's a sweater where you have the collar, you have the chest piece, and then you have the back, and the buttons, there's buttons on the back to attach it to their back. So I sewed those on myself. I've never learned how to sew a button on before, especially with crochet, so that was really fun to learn. Very easy, by the way. And I had actually put it on him, and it just barely fit. It just barely fit him. So my thought is that when I wash it, it's going to stretch the yarn a little bit to where it'll fit him a little bit less snug. Like, he still fit in it pretty okay, but I could tell, like, getting the buttons on was really tough. So it was just tiny bit snug on my boy. But I'm so excited because now I know what I'm doing. So now making Dougie's sweater is going to be so much better. It's going to be so much easier. I know what I'm doing now. I'm going to have less problems with it because I can just follow the same pattern that I just figured out how to do. So that's good. So I'm proud of myself. Go me. Pat on the back. Go me. I've been learning. Also, I'll show you the blanket I'm working on. I have to get another skein of yarn in gray because I ran out and I don't have another one. But this is so far my Pages red blanket. So each row is a day. And each color ascribes to a certain amount of pages I read in that day. Now, the black is like the lowest amount. It's between 0 to 99 pages. So you can see I've got 3 rows now of that, 2 in a row. Then the bottom one is like, I think 200 to 299, and the gray is 100 to 199. So I've got another row started for yesterday's page range, but this was as far as I could get because I didn't have much of the yarn left, so I need to go get more. So, but that's where we're at with this. We're making progress. Thank you very much. We're making progress with it. And then, I don't think, if you were here last week for stream, you would know that I started working on a granny square blanket for my books Red. So I last week read Jujutsu Kaisen, Volume 1. Here's my granny square that I made. It turned out actually pretty decently. I'm pretty surprised. And the border, the final border around, is the star rating I gave it, which for this one I gave a 5-star. And it's like a dark green border. But then you've got the blue, the red, the white, and the black, which all are part of the cover of the first volume of Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay. Now, I have to still get the, I need to get, I think, am I on the last one? Am I on the last row? Or am I on the, whoops, that's not what I wanted. Now I don't remember if I need, I know I wanted to do an orange for my next one, but now I can't remember if, okay, so I did the ring, and then that, and then that, and then that. And this. And this. Yeah, okay. So I need to do still 2 rounds of this one. I need to do a round with orange because this is for Haikyuu Volume 1 that I read. We'll start this in just a minute, but I finished Haikyuu Volume 1 last week as well. And I need to do a round of orange, and then I need to do a round of the dark green. So I need to do 2 more rounds of this before this one's done. But I don't have any orange. So I need to get orange, and I need to get more gray. But so far, 1 and a partial Granny Square are done, which is great. I'm very proud of this. So it's not really even speedy. It's just like I did 150 chains, which, I mean, it's a good size. It's a good size, like, width for a blanket. I don't know. Maybe it is speedy, but I think it takes me maybe 10 minutes to go through the whole row with one color. Maybe. Thank you for the follow, 4W Games. Appreciate that. It's over on Twitch. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. So yeah, we will get started here. Thank you. We will get started with our next sprint here. So let me go ahead and get that started right now. 15. All right, I will see you guys in 50 minutes. Enjoy this next break, or this next sprint, and I will see you guys in a little while. Hello, Raiders. Hello. We're just ending our productivity sprint, so we'll talk in just a second. All right, there we go. There goes the timer. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Colin. How was your stream today? How did you do? How did everything go? Are you planning on staying around, or are you planning on de-streaming tonight? I personally think I'm gonna do one more sprint, and then we will call it for the night. Thank you for the follow, Tedward Cullen and Jelly Bee Z Cut. Really appreciate it. So hello, hi. So my name is Gabby, or the Curious Owl. I basically on Twitch and YouTube will do cozy productivity, reading, co-working sprints kind of thing. I am a booktuber also, and I do things on like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram that is all related to books. Thank you for the follow. By Icarus. By Icarus. I think that's how you say your name. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So basically, what I do is just a lot of everything. But on Twitch and YouTube, essentially, I will be doing more of these co-working productivity sprints. So I hope that you guys will come hang out. We are streaming every Friday starting at 8 p.m. EST. Yes, I am a booktuber. So I've been a booktuber for about, oh my gosh, I think this is my 10th year this year. Wow, I just made that realization. Yeah, February 18th, I will have been a booktuber for 10 years. That's crazy to me. So yeah, but I also do stuff like like I said, on TikTok, Instagram, stuff like that. So all my like handles and stuff are basically under something along the lines of the Curious Owl if you want to check it out. But yeah, so yes, I am a veteran. Thank you, thank you. Yes, it's been a while. So I started in my college dorm my freshman year of college. So I'm 28 now, but I ended up doing a lot. So yeah, it's been kind of crazy. So it's uh it's been great. I love doing it. I fell in love with it when I saw a lot of other people doing it, and it just became something I fell in love with. And I am so excited to be able to say that I've been on for 10 years. It's great. I'm so excited. But Tedward, make sure that you take care of yourself today. I don't know if you're planning on hanging out with us for our last sprint, but if you are, make sure to take care of yourself. Go hydrate, do whatever it is you need to do, and de-stream. Or if you need to step away, by all means, do so. I will take good care of your friends here. Don't you worry. All right, so Hillary made it to 17% in Divine Rivals, got sleepy midway through and had to doom scroll. Yeah, okay. No, I totally get that. The husband got Buffalo Wild Wings because I was craving onion rings. We had dinner and everything, but I was like, the meal plan that we get is not great in terms of like keeping you filled over the day. So basically, what we've got going on is I just got some onion rings, so I'm pretty happy about that. I'm quite satiated. But so for those of you that are just now coming in, I am working on Game Changer by Rachel Reed. I am working on it. I am what am I? 57% of the way through. So but thank you, Jelly BZ Cut, for the lurk. So yeah, so we're gonna be working on that. I got to my page goal today for Rhythm of War, so that's done. So I think I'm just gonna focus on Game Changer for a little bit longer. I've got, according to this, about just under 4.5 hours left. So that's on 2 times speed, about 2 hours 15-ish. So I don't think I'm gonna finish it tonight, but I definitely Jelly Biscuit. Got it. Got it. Jelly Biscuit or jelly. Love it. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. So yeah, I think I'm gonna get through most of this today. Has anyone read Game Changer or any of the Rachel Reed books? I know that like with the TV show that came out, that's been like a really popular series. Um, I mean, I like it. I think that it's very insta lovey, and I mean, lust is a huge thing, like right off the bat, and that's totally fine with me. I have no problem with lust books, but it's very insta lovey, and I'm not as much of a fan of that. But it's entertaining. I'm definitely like not hating it by any means. So I think though that like this is like the prequel to what is it? Heated Rivalry. It's the prequel, like it's like the first book in that series, and Heated Rivalry is the second one, which I know the TV show is made off of. So I know that that one is a really big favorite for a lot of people. So I don't know. I feel like maybe I might like that one a little bit better. But I wanted to start from the beginning because I at least wanted to kind of like know kind of the setup with all of it. I've yet to meet either of the characters that are involved in Heated Rivalry in this one. But I do like the relationship that there is between these main characters. I mean, you've got one character who is a very famous hockey player, and this is part of the synopsis, so you're not really spoiling anything, but you have one who is a very famous hockey player, and you have one person who is from, like, Brooklyn, who is kind of not down on his luck, but he's got his bachelor's degree, but he works in a smoothie shop, and that's how he meets the hockey player, and they kind of like develop this very quick kind of relationship. But the hockey player, his name is Scott. He is closeted, whereas Kip, our other main character, is not. Popping back in now that my fever meds have kicked in. Oh no, Adri! Why are you still on if you're sick? Go to bed! It's 10:15 where you are. Go to bed! Woman, don't make me come through this screen after you. Don't make me. I will. Come at you. But anyway, so Scott is closeted, Kip is not. And at the point in this book that I'm at, they're not necessarily either of them looking to maybe out the relationship as of yet. There's a lot of complexity within all of it because there's a lot of things about Scott too that he's kind of like not really dealt with before. And being in the spotlight, you know, that's a huge thing. That's a huge issue of being gay. Okay, fair. You're in bed, but you need to go to sleep. Oscar! Hi, Bubba. No, you can't have my onion rings. No. I know they smell good, but no onion rings for boobas. No onion rings for puppies. He's gonna sit up here until I finish them because then he's gonna pout. Oscar, do you want to say hi to the peoples? Look at him. He's side-eyeing me. He's like, I want those onion rings, Mom. Hi, Jack. Yes. So, I am working on Game Changer by Rachel Reed, which is, it is a male-male hockey romance. So if you're not familiar with it, it's the first book in a series, and the second book, Heated Rivalry, is the book that became a TV show recently that a lot of people have been getting involved in. I don't know if anyone's watched it. I have not. But I've been hearing about it, and so I decided to pick up the first book, Game Changer. And I'm actually kind of enjoying it. I don't think it's like my favorite thing in the entire world, but I think that it's at least a 3-star. Maybe? I would be okay with giving it a 3-star. It may get higher than that. It just depends on when I put it through my little rating system and go beep, boop, 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 boop. You know, we'll see. I haven't read the books or watched the show yet, but I've heard the show's really good. Yeah, I have heard that too. It's on my watch list as well. I've heard that specifically the relationship between the main characters in that one is even better. Like, because it's kind of it's a rivalry. It's enemies to lovers in a sense, which is definitely my jam. I am very interested in that, so I'm excited to read Heated Rivalry. This one is very much more, though, Game Changer is much more that insta-lovey, very much like love at first sight kind of idea, you know? I don't read books personally, but I figured I would hear out the book. I didn't know it was a show because the book is gay. It is gay. It is very gay. It is very, very interesting to read this as someone who is part of the LGBTQ community, but is not necessarily like a male person who is involved in sports and is attracted to other men. It's a very interesting to look at the dynamics of, like, especially when it comes to um masculinity, how that is looked at, in this story. Well, welcome. Hope you hang out with us because we talk a lot about all kinds of diverse stories, and we talk about all kinds of great things involving diverse stories. So yeah, I am enjoying it. I think that it's, like I said, going to be somewhere with a 3 star. I have a Douglas who's arrived. Hello, Douglas. Are you coming to steal my onion rings as well? Are you coming to try to steal my onion rings? So for those of you that are new here, this is, so you guys saw Oscar earlier, my oldest dog. This is my youngest dog, Dougie, my little Douglas Wayne, my other baby. He's currently checking out my new renovated area. And are you staying or are you going? Smell something. I don't know what. What are you doing, little man? What are you doing? It's my little baby boy. My sister is obsessed with both right now. She does not recommend the audiobook for Heated Rivalry, apparently, so the narrator made a weird choice for one of the lead's voices. So that's the thing I think that I'm struggling with Game Changer. I don't care for the narrator. Like, it's not like bad. I just don't, especially for Kip's voice in this first book, I don't like the way that he has Kip's voice. The way that Kip is written to me personally, this guy does a narration that's really deep, and I don't like it. I don't. So I'm curious whether I will end up enjoying the Heated Rivalry book a little bit more. If it's, especially if it's the same narrator, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about it, but we'll see. Also, I'm gender fluid and I go by he, they, but I'm feeling like a they, them for a while. Yes, doggos. No problem. Thank you for telling me your pronouns. I definitely appreciate it. I know that it's not an obligation, but I do appreciate knowing the pronouns of people that are in my space. I hope you have a wonderful day. But yes, doggos. I have 2 doggos. I love my boys so much. So I actually showed these earlier, but I'll show them again because I just love them so very much. So my friend Adri over on YouTube made me these little plushies she crocheted these little plushies of my babies. So I've got Oscar and I've got Dougie. So these are my cute little ones, my cute babies. I just loved them so much. So gonna put those back over here. We're nice and safe. So, but yeah, so I know, aren't they so cute? I just love them so much. My friend Adri is the best. She made them for me for my birthday a couple years ago. So the same narrator. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know. Okay, I'll have to see. Cause yeah, the one that I have, the audiobook I have is narrated by Tor Tom. I don't mind his narration in general. Like for Scott and his normal narration is fine. I don't like how he narrates Kip though, truthfully. So I'm a little worried about how, especially because I think it's Ilya in the second book and he's Russian. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that. So yeah, so your mom crochets. I actually have been learning how to crochet for the last year or about, just about. I'm not nearly as good as Adri is, but she has been doing this for years, since she was a child. I've only started learning for a year. But yeah. Yeah, they're so cute. Yes, she follows wait, who follows a few people? Rachel Reed? I'm not sure what you're saying there, Jack. Yes, Adrian, I love them so much. I will constantly hype you up I don't know if you were here when I said it earlier, but on YouTube, apparently I'm making noises now. Um, on YouTube, put in your Etsy link. I want your Etsy link. Oh, your mom. Okay, gotcha. She follows a few people. Got it. Okay, that makes more sense. Just saw your point system. I saw tarot cards, and it's been almost a year that I've done it. Yes, I'm a practicing witch. I have been for several years now, and we'll start the next sprint in just a minute. But yes, I do have a point system on Twitch where if you redeem the points for it, I will pull a tarot card for you. I also have one for oracle cards. So you'll get to basically pick what tarot deck or oracle deck you want, and we will go through. I'll shuffle. We'll get a card out, tell you what it says, and that's the energy that you're getting at that moment in time. So, oh, you do both too. That's awesome. Oh, I love it so much. That makes me so happy. I'm a baby witch and working on learning tarot. It is so hard. I will not lie. I've been a witch now. I would still consider myself a baby witch. I mean, it's been kind of like 4 or 5 years maybe. I still consider myself a baby witch because I feel like I am still learning everything. I'm still learning like so much. And I'm not gonna lie, there was a point in time in my practice where like I struggled with consistently doing things. But like especially getting back into social media here this year, beginning of this month, I really wanted to make it more apparent that that's a part of my life. Not make it like the center of everything like I had done in the past. But definitely like have little bits and sprinkles here and there. So like on Instagram and TikTok on my stories, like I'll do a weekly tarot pull, a weekend energy tarot pull, once a month, once a quarter. I'll do it on Patreon for one of my tiers, things like that. Like I'll do little bits here and there so that I'm not overwhelming myself, but I'm still learning, you know? So, um, haven't been able to do it a long time because of life situation, sadly, but I would love to get back into it because I'm in college again for this term. I'm gonna be swamped. Yeah, no, it was after college I got into it. It was actually shortly after I got married that I embraced my spirituality and embraced my witchiness, I guess. Cuz ever since I was a kid, like I was really into it and I was really like learning a lot on my own over time, like with different mythologies and different things like that. But it wasn't until I was married and an adult that I was really called down that path. Um, and in times where I've been really swamped with life and things like that, it's been nice to take a break from it. So like don't feel like, especially as a baby witch, my biggest advice for that is don't feel like it has to be an everyday thing. Even the smallest things are going to be better than nothing at all. But here's the thing too, if you do nothing at all, that's also good because a lot of times what we have to do when we take care of ourselves is we have to maybe stop some things to come back to it with a clear head. So for instance, with like my tarot reading and my oracle reading, I stopped for like several months because I was so overwhelmed with a lot of different things going on in my life, with work and life and so many things. And I found that tarot just became a backseat thing for a while because I didn't have the mental energy going into it, and I didn't feel like that was fair to my practice, to my cards. It wasn't something that was really um fair in general. And so it was better for me to take that step back and say, okay, I'm going to hold off on this until I end up getting to a place where I'm comfortable putting that energy out again and asking for that help because like there were so many things that I had to do that I couldn't ask the universe for, and anything I was getting was not really helpful. So it was a sign to me that I needed to take a step back. I needed to go ahead and do what I needed to do so I could move forward, if that makes sense. So my biggest advice for baby witches is really listen to yourself, listen to your own intuition, the cards will get you to understand some things, but at the end of the day, you are the thing that is the host for a lot of this energy. Use it wisely, use it well, and take the rest that you need from everything. It will always be there when you are ready for it, but take the rest you need until you're ready to come back to it. There's just because you're not actively practicing, actively reading, it doesn't mean that you're any less of a practitioner. It doesn't mean that you're any less of a person. You just need that space. So, it's a bit late where I am. I didn't get much sleep this week, so I'm gonna go. Okay, no worries. Bye, come on down. Love you. See you later. So glad I'm following you now because I feel a sense of calmness, acceptance, and overall good vibes. Thank you. I really try my hardest to make this a safe space for a lot of people. I really try my best to advocate for that kind of a safe space for people, because there's so much that's going on in the world that we are dealing with every single day. Spaces like this are where I am comfortable, where I get to be myself, where I get to be happy and creative, and I get to share that love with everyone else. Why would I want to make it a place where anyone else is suffering, right? Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to have an environment that just adds on to the bull that there is out there, you know? Thank you. I appreciate you so much, Jack. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and thank you for your kind words. I feel like I've cultivated a very, very good space on YouTube specifically. I'm ready to cultivate a new space on Twitch. I'm ready to bring that energy I have in that space and bring it over to this space. And I'm excited. I'm thrilled. So let's just keep the good vibes going. So, whatever it is that you decide that you're going to do during this final sprint, make sure that you take care of yourself. Make sure that you're doing what you need to. I'm going to set the timer for our last sprint of 50 minutes, and I will see you guys. I will see you guys in 50. Yes, I stream on YouTube. Also, I actually cross stream, so, which sounds really not right to me, but I do cross stream on Twitch and YouTube on Fridays. So come hang out with us. It's a fun time. It's a great time. I will see you guys in 50 minutes. Hi, ladies. We are just ending our sprint, so just give us a couple minutes and we'll talk. All right, guys. That is unfortunately going to be the end of our sprints because it is after midnight now. It's going on 12:30 a.m. my time. Your girl needs to go get some sleep. It's been a long week, you know. But no, thank you to Snea, I think. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I apologize. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for joining me, friends. For those of you that are here raiding, my name is Gabby or the Curious Owl. I on Twitch will do cozy productivity and co-working, reading sprints, whatever. And I also cross stream over on YouTube as well. I am a booktuber on YouTube, and I do things on TikTok and Instagram as well. So please feel free to go check me out on all those sites as well. Thank you, Jack, for coming out and hanging out. I'm so glad now that you are part of the community. I really appreciate every single one of you that has come out tonight. I apologize for my raiders that just got here. I am ending stream because I am exhausted. It has been a long evening, and I need to go get some sleep. So I need to go de-stream, go get some rest, go love on my dogs and my husband, and just start my weekend. But I really appreciate every single one of you for being here, hanging out with me, getting your weekend started off right. And yeah, so hope you guys have a great weekend. I stream every Friday at 8 p.m. EST. So if you're around, please feel free to come hang out with me on Fridays at that time. And otherwise, I will see you guys next Friday. Bye, everyone.